Alright guys, so I've been dumb and I haven't been streaming this entire time. I forgot to press the go live button. But it be like that sometimes. So right now I've been watching a tornado warned storm here. We have a tornado warned storm here. We had for a minute tight rotation. Very tight rotation. Um it looks like I also forgot to stream the last one, which is also great. Which would explain a couple things. So let's go back to the velocity here. We have the rotation here right in this area. And we got that's actually really all that's going on right now. We got a lot of flood threat, a lot of severe thunderstorm threat up to the north here. We have pretty large like area of weather here, of like a line of storms basically. This is all like one system all along here. And then we have some more cellular thunderstorms down here to the south, which is where we're watching for that tornado threat. And we have one right on that northern edge here. That's tornado warned. As of a moment ago, it did have a quite a tight and strong rotation. We are kind of moving through a radar hole at the moment, so it's kind of hard to tell exactly what is happening. Out here, we have no radar stations in a decent chunk of distance around here. Let's go back to the most up-to-date scans here. Looks like here we go. Now we're up to date. But if I play back for you, you can see it tightened as it was passing over Lisman here. It hit a pretty strong bit of rotation. Um, so I've been watching this storm for a while. We had a tornado warning over here, but it expired. And that's about it. The rest of these severe thunderstorm warnings are part of line segments if we go to reflectivity. And I move over to the KGDX station. You can see we got a lot of lines of thunderstorms here stretching really far, all the way from Texas, north through Mississippi, north through Alabama, through Georgia, and even now we're getting into the South Carolina area. So huge line of thunderstorms. But let us look at the SPC's threat chart for today. Which we did earlier, but I wasn't streaming. So today we have a moderate risk over the central Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia area, with an enhanced risk surrounding that through Texas all the way to South Carolina. So pretty much the same areas as Easter Sunday. A lot of people were predicting that this was going to be a big tornado outbreak. However, we have yet to really see any confirmed tornadoes, and even more than like a couple tornado warnings at the same time. So I think that might have been a bit of an exaggeration. A lot of the threat here is looking like flooding with these storms moving through central Alabama, Mississippi, and Georgia here. They're pretty much going in a straight east direction over the same areas over and over again, with like some of these areas are seeing rainfall rates of like 1 to 2 to 1 to 3 inches per hour, which is very heavy rains, really. But let's uh get back to the tornado warning here. So the velocity here, since we last looked, it's not really weakening or strengthening since the previous time it weakened slash strengthened. Hopefully we're getting close to moving within range of another one of these radar stations here. I still think this one has the best view with like the least amount of interference here. 'Cause this one, it is closer, but we're moving through like this area, a lot of purples, interference, and not the greatest here. At least this one, we're kind of outside of it. So it does seem like the rotation here has picked up a little bit since the last scan. We have, let's see here. I would say 50, 60, mid 60 outgoing winds right here from the radar station, and then we got -3 incoming. So like a 60 to maybe upper 60 difference here in winds on the outsides here. So pretty strong rotation. I mean, and it's tight. That's like the other thing it's got going for it. It's over a pretty small area here. If we it's over a 4.9 mile distance here. I like using this right here. It's a good tool. That's why I switched radar programs. I like some of the tools that this has. So we're in like a 5.2 mile radius of rotation here. Obviously, it's not how wide the tornado is. This is the base of the storm, so like the mesocyclone. But we can still see how big it is and how tight it is, and you can see that the rotation. And sometimes you can see like huge areas of broad rotation. Tighter, the more likely it is that there's like a tornado in these regions here. This is a good tool. I forgot this exists. So we can actually look right at what the values are here. So we have 62 at the peak outgoing, and I'd say 6 miles an hour outgoing on this side. Oh, 1 mile an hour here. So a 63 mile an hour difference at the peak within this region. I'm glad I found this tool. I almost forgot that it existed. Still not seeing any other tornado warnings, which is good. Means we can focus on this one. I'm really waiting for it to move into range here of this one. Maybe a KGWX. Does it have a good view? Yeah, it's pretty good actually. It might be better than this one. Nah, I would say not. Anybody here, feel free to chat in the chat. I can answer your questions, look at your area, um, that type of thing. I am completely willing to look at anywhere you would like me to look in the US here. What I wish I could do here is edit the tags. Why did it zoom out so much? All right. Um, Looks like the rotation may have broadened a little bit, but also strengthened, so kind of negating the effects here. But we are kind of far away from the radar station, so it's hard to get any exact. I do wish I had a good structure here, though. That would be very nice if I could get decent. Ooh, I'm drawing a decent view of the structure of the storm in other than velocity mode here. All right, cool. I've had this program on my phone for a while. You can get it on your phone. It's called RadarScope. Updated the description. I'm going to take a screenshot. Here, let's see. Oh, everything's gonna turn white for a second. That's not what I wanted. Whoops. I'm using snipping tool because I'm weird like that. Alright, file. Save as thumb. Alright, and I will add that as the. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Where did that save? Yeah, that'll be good. Alright, at least we have a decent thumbnail now as we're waiting for the storm to, maybe move into range here. Alright, sorry guys, I had a bit of a issue here. But we're back now. A bit of a stream issue. Let's look at that rotation though. Once again, well, this is not a great radar station for that. Ooh, that's looking actually pretty strong. So not the greatest thing here, honestly. Got outgoing here, incoming here. So the outgoing winds are 65, 66 miles an hour, and then we got on the other end about 3-4 mile an hour winds. Has it broadened a little bit? Yeah, it's definitely broadened a little bit. 3 miles on that end, 3.5 on that. So we've seen bit of broadening, somewhere between 6 and 7 miles wide rotation here compared to like 2 to 3 before, or not two, 4 to 5 before. Only no other uh, reports here of any tornadoes. No, I mean no reports of any tornadoes. No other tornado warnings here. We're seeing potentially strengthening rotation here. KBMX, we're moving through a bit of interference, but once we're through that interference, KBMX should be the closest station. Um, Maybe KGWX now. Eh, I'd still say this is giving the best view. Actually, one thing though, maybe we can see the structure. Uh, mm, yeah, I don't know. They're like all the same distance away pretty much. But if we look at the, oop, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. We're now up to 68 miles an hour for a much broader area and -4, so 70, good 72, 70 mile an hour difference here on the winds fronts, or because we got 68 going, for -4 outgoing there, so 72 difference, 72 mile an hour difference. So we are seeing strengthening rotation. Has it tightened? The question of the century. No, once again, it seems to have broadened once again. However, it has passed over Pennington, Alabama, now moving towards Myrtlewood, Alabama, and in the coming uh, bit of time, Linden, Alabama, in Choctaw County. But it will be moving into some other counties here in a second. But I don't know county names here. Oh, we do have another tornado warning, I think. Yes, Capo, right over this radar station. Well, let's see here. It looks like right here is what they're looking at. So let's see here. What are we seeing here in in Vernon, Louisiana? We are seeing a radar indicated tornado. Uh, Big hail. Big hail. Oops, did not want to draw that. This is embedded within a line segment, so most likely a QCLS tornado or an embedded supercell. However, I don't see any indications of that. So it is going to be moving over Leesville, New. I'm not going to try to pronounce that because I can't read it. Fort Polk, North Louisiana, and maybe Simpson, Louisiana. Although that'd be in the northern end, but all depends on where this is gonna go. If you're in that area, make sure you take shelter. Does look like I'm still gonna continue watching this one because I really feel like this one just is the most immediate threat at the moment. Velocity here. All right. Well, since I wasn't streaming when I was doing a whole discussion about what was going on today, I might as well redo the whole discussion and update it for what's going on right now. So, originally, a lot of weather people were thinking that today was going to be a pretty big tornado outbreak day. On par, some of them are saying on par, just a little bit below the Easter outbreak, which is kind of insane if you think about it, with the Easter outbreak being almost record breaking in some respects. And a lot of the threat today has really uh, became more flooding and line based. If we can see all of these lines of thunderstorms moving east here, and they're all in that east to west direction here. They're just tracking over the same areas over and over again, which is going to lead to major flash flooding across this band right here. However, that does not mean that the conditions are still not correct for tornadoes. It just means that the storm mode has just not progressed in the correct way. And that is not looking good. That is a hook if I have ever seen one. Let me stop my discussion here. So we have right here, it looks like an embedded supercell almost, honestly. I mean, look at that. Super velocity. Let's see what that is looking like. That's not what I wanted. So we have 68 mph incoming, 70. Ooh, let me get nice and close to the monitor. Make sure I read this right. 76 mph incoming compared to 30, 29, 29, 29, 29 mph incoming. So we got a good 50 mph difference there over a pretty tight area. Not gonna lie. Let's see here. That's not the right tool. Still learning how to use this program. Actually, a really tight area, 1.3 mph radius, so 2.6 mph area um, around here. So yeah, actually pretty tight rotation there, and a decent sized hook echo, or a decent scale hook echo. If we look right there, it's embedded, it's a notch, but that is there. It is not great here. No other tornado warnings. I'm gonna be bouncing back and forth a lot between KBMX here and or Louisiana and Alabama. Hmm. This one's in like a really bad area to like see. That's like the biggest problem. Rotation has progressed up to here. So maybe it is closest to this radar station now. Let's see. I'm not seeing as much now if we look at it in this radar station. So we're going to watch this storm for a little bit. We'll bounce back and forth here, but we will. Not seeing any ports here. I'm going to see what the current mesoscale discussions are looking like. There are none in effect. Okay. Well, since there's not really anything going on right here at the moment. Oh, wait. Wow, look at that. That looks crazy. So we got like a whole, like, look at that. That's looking impressive, honestly. Super res reflectivity, that doesn't look as impressive, but we are really close to the radar station. Honestly, not great news right there. That's a menacing hook right there. I want to take a screenshot of that real quick. There we go. Yeah, that's impressive. Let's look at that velocity again. Yep, we are getting really close. Let's go back over here again to Alabama here. Another banner, and these storms are just in the worst area right now. This one is. Can't tell whether. Where are you, storm? This tornado warning should be canceled and either updated or canceled completely. Because the storm has pretty much moved out of that zone entirely. Where the resolution is so low this far away, it's hard to even see the storm. So I don't really want to watch it if we can't see it. I want to watch this one because this one looking insane. With that, it's like it's very embedded, but very apparent if you just look a bit closer. If we look at that velocity, I mean, I think it's just so close it's not really picking up very well, but that is some strong rotation in this line here. Let's see. Radar indicated. Still radar indicated. All right. Um. Okay. Oh, what's that? That's a report of something right there. Tree. Ooh. Trees uprooted or snapped. Roof blown off. That's impressive. Did the tornado go over that spot? It indeed did. I'd say that's actually a decent sign of tornado damage. That hook went right over that spot where that report was given. I don't want to speak too early here, but I think there's a tornado on the ground here. I I am pretty sure that there is a tornado on the ground right now. I would say that that is decent evidence. Now, let me go back here. Correlation coefficient doesn't really show anything incredible. Maybe a little bit, though. Right? It's so close to the radar station, it's hard to tell. But there's a bit of an indent right here, right where that tornado went over, or potential tornado went over. Should really make sure I don't accidentally call it that. Huh. Yeah. That's not what I wanted. That's also not what I wanted. I'm not clicking the right things at all. All right. Actually, I didn't want this either. I want the velocity. And that's tight. I mean, look at that. If we go back a little bit here, um, it's pretty much the same speed. It's just really tight in this one area right here. Like I can't even zoom in anymore. It's like over a very small area, albeit well, we just got an update 5016. So 40-mile-an-hour difference there, but that's that's looking pretty impressive with that hook right there. I mean, and with that hook passing right over where it says trees uprooted and stuff. I mean, that That's impressive, honestly. I think they should probably hopefully they're getting reports in and they can get that warning updated so we know for sure or not. Actually, I wonder here. Can we see we've had one tornado report today, which was not too long ago. I mean, hey, that's impressive, I guess. Here, I need to see what is happening. Oh, we've had two tornado reports. One of them very not that long ago. So I'm thinking that this is probably on the ground. Not gonna lie here. Oh, okay. So no tornado reports for this area, but one in that Alabama uh storm that we've been watching. There was a tornado report, and a different one in Texas with this storm system a while ago, or was it? It would have been down here with one of these storm systems in that area, but none here yet. Sorry, guys, I've been talking for a long time here. Now we're getting so close to that radar station, we can't really even see it. Maybe KCLH has a better view here. Not really. I mean, it's gonna be better than whatever that one was. All right, let's look at the velocity on this radar station. We're moving right over the radar station here. So we'll watch this radar for a little bit while this moves over Capo. So the rotation is somewhere in this region at the moment, moving that way. So the rotation, making sure the auto's working once more. My microphone has problems sometimes, so just want to make sure that sounds all nice here. Don't know what I'm doing. I don't really know what to do at the moment here with it moving over the radar station. Not too much to do. Um, However, I guess I can continue talking about what I was talking about way before this tornado warning showed up. So today, right now, the threat for tornadoes stuff was like, you know, something that was being discussed pretty avidly in the community. And we have a new tornado warning. That's okay. They just extended that one. We had a lot of people saying that this was going to be a tornado outbreak, but I'm not seeing that. A lot of energy was taken up by these thunderstorms in the area. The only area where thunderstorms could or tornadoes could really take place in an outbreak type scenario are any storms that can build up in an isolated enough area, or if we can get enough QCLS tornadoes like this one. But those don't usually pop up in outbreak scenarios. Usually they're relatively isolated occurrences here. I highly doubt we'll have a line of just tornado warnings here, but it's possible. But like a couple of these storms here, if they can get organized enough, they're in a more isolated out front of the line here. Um, like opportunity, we have if any of these cells down here can get going, we could see tornadoes. Same with over here, and same with down here. So we could see, actually, that cell looks pretty good. Let's look at the velocity just for fun. Yeah, nothing too crazy. We'll watch them though. We'll watch them. Capo, can't see anything. Yeah, we're not really in a good area right now since that storm is moving directly over the radar station. Seems like these are getting a hard time getting a view out here of it. Now, let's see, did they confirm it? Radar indicated, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so nothing yet. Sorry for my silence here. I've just been trying to save my throat um, from dying so I can continue streaming. If stuff decides to pick up here. almost moved out from over the radar station here. That's what this black circle is. So hopefully we can actually see what's going on here. We can try to look at a different radar station. However, they don't really give a good view. See what the velocity is looking like. At least from this far away, we can see like two areas. Got one right here and one right here of potential rotation. I think this one is the northern one is the actual main area of rotation um, that they're warning for. Definitely, like I was saying earlier, I think something did touch down with this storm since a report right here of trees uprooted or snapped and a roof blown off. The circulation from this tornado went right over um, that report, like pretty much exactly. I hope maybe I can get back to that point. Let's see here. No, it looks like I can't, but I'll have to take my word for it. That this storm, I think something was on the ground at least briefly enough to uproot some tree or blow a roof off or something. Just just northeast of Leesville, Louisiana. Luckily, it seems to be moving over an unpopulated area at the moment, at least for a decent amount of time. And overall, not seeing any other tornado warning storms yet, so this is really the only tornadic threat. The rest of the threat here is just winds and flooding. But once again, sorry for my silence, just making sure that I save my throat for being able to stream for a bit longer period of time here. So I just read up on the newest SPC um, prediction here, and it looks like they're still forecasting for a bit of tornado activity, like a bit more active. They didn't get rid of the hatched, and they didn't get rid of the moderate risk, which actually kind of surprises me. At least the tornadic moderate risk here, um, just because this whole system here does not look like it's really incredibly tornadic. I mean, it's possible, but like once again, a lot of this has progressed into like straight line winds and flooding. So I'm not really seeing why they're continuing to predict this will be a major tornado threat. Because they're still saying that uh, there's going to be several more tornadoes, and some of them strong. But I don't know. I'm not really Not really seeing that here, to be honest. Not really seeing any signs of anything tornadic in there right now. Generally, right now, this looks like the tornado threat diminished as it went over the radar station here. Not seeing anything. Let's see. Getting a bit more concerned by some of these other storms here. Looks like that previously tornado warning storm has kind of progressed into a line format. And maybe these storms are like the next threat. Starting to think that would be a chance here. Let's look at the reflectivity. Or not the reflectivity, velocity. Once again, this area is just plagued with so many bands of interference today, making it really hard to like actually see what's going on in some of these storms. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything right now. They let the tornado warning expire. As of right now, no tornado threat or no tornado warnings at the moment. No imminent tornadoes. It appears. So we'll just keep watching this area here, and I'll just sit a bit silent until something happens. Yeah, that diminished as it passed out over the thing, which is pretty good. Looks like there might have just been a brief tornado with that before, but as it passed over the radar station, everything sorted out. Luckily, it was probably brief and not incredibly strong. I'm looking at the NAM 3K model right now, trying to see what this is going to look like into the next coming hours. It looks like a lot of stuff has went a bit more south than they were expecting. Um, like right now it's 6, so where I am for the Midwest. Yeah, this generally lines up pretty well. So over Alabama, looks like that part maybe progressed a bit faster than they were expecting on the model. Looks like a lot of this really turns into a linear threat, but maybe over later at nighttime might be a chance for some supercellular activity in southern Alabama and Mississippi, like around 9 o'clock. Actually, around like 6, say 7, 8, 9, maybe even 10 o'clock. Some at least cellular storms. You can't really see tornadoes on these future radar things, but see where the cellular storms are. And then as it progresses into the more late night hours, it looks like it really progresses into a linear format. It's off the coast by morning of tomorrow. Very interesting there. GFS shows another storm system moving through um, Thursday, late Wednesday, Thursday, or mid Wednesday. Yeah, mid late Wednesday into Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon, and then another one potentially on Friday, same area. And these storms are really enjoying the south this year. Nothing for the upper Midwest. Nothing for anywhere else really. Yeah, just the south as of right now. Really not seeing any tornado threat anywhere really. All the stuff is really linear. And there's not really any like cellular activity except for like a few areas, but I really don't think some of these are going to progress into tornado threats. At least for now. I really think later is when it could arise, if it will at all. Because a lot of this is looking, I'm not really seeing anything, to be honest. I'm not gonna call today a bust. I mean, for tornadoes, maybe. I maybe today was a bust, but for the general severe weather impact, like flooding and stuff, I think today, um, it's pretty big for flooding at least. I mean, there definitely was no severe weather shortage for today. There's multiple areas of large, long lines of severe thunderstorm warning storms, all this type of stuff. It just is a very linear, straight line wind, flooding, hail threat. Although if the SPC still, even as of like 50 minutes ago, is still like there could be some tornadoes, I will continue watching. Although I feel like as of right now, I'm really thinking that today was a big overreaction. Big. Even if we do see some tornadoes today, it's still a big overreaction. Probably didn't need anything above an enhanced risk, in my opinion. I mean, at least the moderate risk should be a lot smaller and localized for really only the wind and hail areas. And like, looks like the strongest wind chances, which will line up with the linear threat, are all in Alabama, Georgia. So, I mean, that's probably the only area that should have had a moderate risk, not this huge moderate risk across 4 states that we see right now. Looks like a bit much, to be honest. At least, definitely not a 15% tornado chance. That's way too high. I am definitely not seeing that. So it looks like what they're watching is down here. They're watching, um, yeah. So they're really looking for this area right here to be the tornado threat central area, or maybe that might have been a little small. Um, this region. That's what they're looking for tornadoes, and because they're looking for discrete supercells with as the this afternoon into evening. I mean, as the low level jet strengthens. Although I guess they're also predicting that there's going to be multiple rounds of these types of cells right here that we're seeing. Um, multiple rounds of convection, how they worded it. Although, I mean, I don't know about that one, Chief. To be honest, I'm not seeing it. I'm really not seeing it. This is way too linear at the moment to be tornadic, as tornadic as they're forecasting it. If anything, I'm expecting these tornadoes. If there are going to be tornadoes, they're all going to, or a majority are going to be QCLS embedded within these lines of storms. Probably relatively short lived. There might be like one strong tornado. I ain't seeing it though. This seems like a big overreaction at the moment. Although I guess it's better to overreact than underreact. Like, later tonight, storms over Mississippi and Alabama will track eastward and also affect this region. It, it seems like they're predicting, like, there's gonna be, like, multiple lines of these, like, cells right here, all of them being tornadic. But you would have thought that we would have seen some of them forming by now. Like, at least like a line of weak thunderstorms that would strengthen here, but I'm not really seeing any of that right now. At the moment, the only area I'm gonna watch is this region right here. 'Cause those are the only storms I could see producing anything at the moment. Maybe this one right down here. Other than that, I'm not seeing anything, you know. Not until like way later tonight at least. Well, just as I was saying, that looks like we do have a tornado warning up here. Let's check it out. Ah, of course, it's in the radar hole. KGDX looks like the closest. And it's another embedded in the line tornado, it looks like. Okay, don't see it on that one. Alright, yeah, I'll get along with that one. Right there. Uh, so need, need him. It looks like this is going to be that's actually a pretty tight rotation, pretty strong rotation, not gonna lie there. Um, need him, need him, Alabama, and Chick, uh, Chalk, Choctaw, Alabama. Um, if you're in Needham, take shelter. You got a pretty decent area rotation coming towards you in this line of thunderstorms. Other than that, it's gonna go over relatively unpopulated areas after Needham. So if you're in Needham, take shelter. We'll keep an eye on this one here. This tornado warning. Let's see. I want to check out another radar station just to make sure there's not any other better views here. Nope. That's way too far. Yeah. All right. So it's either this one or this one. Maybe this one. I'm gonna say K-Mob. That's where they probably saw it. We'll keep an eye on that one. A lot of that interference is moving through though, so. Really seeing too much here, honestly. KGDX, do you have a better view? Keep watching. Yeah, I'm not seeing much here. It's pretty broad, it looks like, to be honest. Not gonna lie. Pretty bored. Not much to talk about, honestly. I feel like the threat, honestly, for today is kinda dead. Like, I'm not seeing any. All right. Well, the rotation does seem to actually pick up a little bit now. It's right here. Kind of broad, I would say, but it's there. Not really much to talk about. Let's actually look for the, don't see any, like, signs of it on radar. I'm not seeing much here, to be honest. Oh, wow, that just got tighter, though. Look at that. That could be a tornado, honestly. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty tight right there. That's actually kind of bad. All right, we got radar indicator rotation, so nothing confirmed yet. But we have something, that's for sure. Um, but yes, I would agree with you. That's not looking very good right there. Here, I'm gonna make sure I focus on this right now. This is actually pretty bad, honestly. I don't. That's really tight rotation here. Okay, let's see. We have 90 or 84 mile an hour ingoing compared to negative 84 outgoing here. So that's potentially a couple, like a good 160 mile an hour difference there. That can't be right. That can't be right. The thing that's potentially incredibly strong. I doubt it. I doubt it. Hang on. Let's look at a different radar station here. Hopefully something else has another view of it that we can kind of test to make sure that we're seeing it right, because this one's too far. That still looks kind of bad. It's far away. This is the closest one. That's not good. That's really bad. Okay. I'd say this is a potential strong tornado right here, honestly. Very strong rotation, at least. Um, if only it was a bit closer to a radar station so we could get a bit better view. I'd say this is not good. Yeah, this is not in a not good, not good. I will say that right now. They better extend this warning, honestly. Yeah, I'm not thinking this is a good situation right here. Luckily, it's gone over what seems like pretty unpopulated lands here. I'm not seeing any towns here for quite a bit. Okay, good. They extended it. Good, good. So this is now extended into uh Marengo County in Alabama for quite a while here. This is a pretty strong bit of rotation here, though. I will say that right now. We should be moving towards other radar stations here sooner rather than later. So that's at least good. However, it is moving directly through this hole in the radar stations here, which is unfortunate for everybody involved. It means that we get less precise views, all this type of stuff. Yeah, I'm uh not seeing too much good news here. We're kind of moving through an area of interference right now, but it seems like there's pretty strong rotation in this area if we go back a few scans. Um to right here and right here, or was it? Yeah, it was like right here. There was some really tight and strong rotation right. Oh, wow, I'm really bad at drawing today. Right in this area, right here. So, that's quite dangerous, honestly. I mean, like, nothing confirmed. Luckily, it's moving over unpopulated areas here in Alabama for the moment. Uh, however, I am seeing not great news here. Not great news. A new tornado warning seems to have popped up now too. Let's see. Ah, no, it's this one. So they put three on this storm. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, that's tight. That's tight rotation right there. It would not surprise me if there might be a tornado on the ground right there. Because if you can see how tight that is. Look at that. Wow. We got like almost 70-mile-an-hour ingoing winds and 30 or outgoing winds and like 30-mile-an-hour incoming winds. So a difference of like 90 miles an hour in there. Potentially up to 100 if anything gets a little bit larger. Not as big as it was a couple minutes ago, but it's still like the strongest rotation we've seen all day in any of these tornado warnings. That's for sure. Um, So right now, this tornado, I mean, is moving towards or potential tornado, not confirmed yet. It is moving towards looks in more of a southeast, straight east direction. So it is moving towards the town of. Let me make sure I read this right. Thomasville. So if you are in Thomasville, Alabama, make sure you take shelter um, soon, not now, because there is a potential strong tornado on the ground right here. Ah, another tornado warning. That's not good. Stuff is picking up now, I guess. Uh, holy, um, that's really not good if that's accurate. Here, hold on. That is potentially okay. Hang on. This is not good either. That looks really strong. Radar indicated still. Yeah, let's see that real quick. So we got, I mean, usually you don't see it look like that though. That's quite that's quite intense rotation there. Reflectivity here. Man, that's a cell and a half. Um Now if you don't know what a hook echo is, I don't really know how to explain it to you exactly. It's kind of basically in some thunderstorms that produce tornadoes, you get a hook shape, kind of like that. Um, and it's a good way to signify rotation through reflectivity like this. Um, and if you do know what weather is, you might at first glance not see the hook echo in here. However, it seems like it's more embedded in rain. But if we look right here, we have our supercell embedded within that storm. So, yeah, like I've been saying, the area that I was most predicting any tornadoes to form in was uh this line here, and it looks like exactly that has happened, and that's a pretty intense storm right there. This pink and blue here indicates like very heavy precipitation. So this is most likely a hail core, with really, really strong rail with hail. Um, like some of the strongest I haven't seen really go up into the purple for a long time. So there could be some big hail in there. Actually, we can confirm that through the warning. 2-inch hail, yeah. So very big hail in that storm. And we got another uh, potential tornado up here in in Alabama. So we got two tornadoes here. This one in like the border, it looks like, of Louisiana and Mississippi. The tornado itself would be in Louisiana. And then we got this one up here. Where's the good radar station we've been using? And this one here in Mississippi. Or Alabama? Alabama. My bad. Headed towards Thomasville and Pine Hill, Alabama right now. Let's look at that one's reflectivity real quick. That's very strong here. I am seeing very strong rotation. Two very strong storm systems here going on right now. Tight rotation, very defined as well. There I can't really tell right now how this is looking, to be honest. We're a bit far away from the radar station, so I can't see if there's a hook or not at the moment, but um or a defined hook, I guess, but from like preliminary looking at it, I mean, it looks like there could be something right here, but hooks aren't always seen in these. I just like to look at them because lets me know that I'm seeing the the super res velocity, right? The base velocity. Um, and if you're wondering what this does with all these different colors, it's not your usual radar. What this does is it shows the direction the wind is going compared to where the radar station is, which is up here. So the reds mean that the wind is going away from the radar station, and the blues and greens mean that it's going towards the rotation. And if you see if you see like ingoing and outgoing winds right next to each other, sometimes that can indicate that there is rotation, especially when coupled with like a storm. So as we can see right here, there's a tight area right here of rotation. If we look right here, we have 13 mile an hour to 46 mile an hour ingoing winds, or outgoing winds, my bad. And then we have potentially 92 mile an hour ingoing winds. So that could be like 130 mile an hour, mile an hour rotation right there, calculating for the difference in the two storms. That does not mean that there's a tornado on the ground, but it means the storm is rotating very fast. So it's a good indicator for how if there could be a tornado on the ground or if one's imminent or not. Let's go back here again and check out this storm. But yeah, we're seeing pretty tight rotation here as well. As you can see right here, we have red, which is the ingoing once again, about 20 mile an hour ingoing and 40 mile an hour outgoing from the radar. So the difference is 60 miles an hour, 60, 70 miles an hour here. So not as strong as the other storm, but still, that's pretty good rotation in a relatively small area. And on this storm, we can also see the structure, or at least we could, but it looks like another storm is sort of merging with the storm system here. So this tornado would be kind of embedded if there was one. So let's go back over to the other uh, storm here. Because as it's moving a bit closer to the other radar stations, we can get a bit better view of what's going on in this storm. So let's see here. Uh, Looks like nothing has been confirmed yet, and the rotation is still. Let's see how the rotation's doing. It's not updating. Here we go. Still very strong. Could be interference as well. That's kind of interfering with our view. That's what this purple is here. It's just interference with something is interfering with the radar. It just could be, faulty radar scans, whatever. Something is interfering with it, so it can make it kind of hard. It usually is a lot more interference as you get farther from the radar station. And usually it progresses outwards, so maybe if I go back, looks like this one's relatively consistent, but sometimes it will progress outwards from the radar station. Kind of like that. You can see it here. So yeah, it looks like hmm. Oh, hey, that also looks suspicious right here. That could be an artifact of the radar, just a little glitch. But we can kind of confirm with our reflectivity sometimes if we see maybe a hook. I don't see anything right now. Um, Maybe there might be a closer radar station we can get a look at here. I'm not seeing one. So, yeah, I guess it'll just be a thing to keep our eye on here while we try to see. But there could be an area of rotation up here, or it could just be an artifact. Kinda looks like it may be an artifact. Um, just a little error, a glitch in the radar scan, but I wanted to make sure I pointed that out just in case. And we also have this area right here, like I said before. So this is right on the border of Louisiana and Mississippi right here. moving pretty much straight east, maybe a bit northeast here, towards uh, Osvika. I can't read Osvika. Osvika. That's a weird name. Kentwood and Magnolia are in this storm's path at the moment. And over here in Alabama, with that tornado warning, we have. We'll use this radar station once again. Or this one. Let's see. Yeah, we'll use this one. Still very tight rotation here. Kind of broadened out a little bit, honestly. I mean, this whole area could be counted as different segments of rotation, potentially. But this area up here that's warned is definitely the strongest. It is moving towards Thomasville at the moment. That's the only one within the warning zone. This seems to be embedded within a line of storms right here. So, the way we can confirm that this one is also just not an artifact is that when they're embedded within lines of thunderstorms like this, you can kind of look for a bit of like a notch here. Not the same as a hook here. It's kind of the same as a hook, honestly. I mean, if you were to draw it out like that, you can kind of see how it'd be like a hook. But you look for those like kinks in the line of sorts, and that is a good way to indicate that if you see the rotation on the other chart um, and you see that notch on the reflectivity, then you're probably looking at it correct. So let's see here. Once again, this is moving a bit northeast here towards the Pine Hill direction. So if you're in Pine Hill, make sure you keep an eye on the weather. You're not in the tornado warning yet. However, it wouldn't surprise me if this does get extended to cover your area in Pine Hill and Yellow Bluff, Alabama. Let's go back down to the other storm here. Not really seeing any signs of strengthening or loosening rotation. It seems like it's just sort of holding its current position. Look, there's like a couple storms kind of merging with each other at the moment, so we're gonna have to wait till they sort of pass by each other or combine into one and get reorganized here to see if a hook echo emerges. And I bet if once these storms completely merge, we will see whether the rotation will increase or decrease. Because sometimes when these storms merge, like how they are, where we have a cell merging and not merging, you can see a big change. All right. So we'll just need to keep an eye on this right here for now. We'll go back up here to the other storm system. It's gonna not look like much is really changing here. I can't tell if this is a embedded supercell or a kink in the line. Because that kind of, if you draw like that, I mean, I can kind of see how this could be an embedded supercell, but it could also just be like a QCLS within the line of thunderstorms here. Can't really tell. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't take away from the fact that there is rotation along this whole line here. I am going to briefly mute my microphone while I eat some food, but I will keep the stream going and etc. to make sure you guys can keep watching the weather for yourself. We'll put it on reflectivity here, and we'll put it on this one for now. I'll move between the two though. Alright, guys, I apologize for my absence, but I am back, and I am ready to continue watching the weather here. Oops, on the drawing thing. So while I was gone, I was still watching. This seemed to actually kind of hook around this way, briefly. However, the rotation actually has picked up a little bit since then. But anyways, oh wow, this has changed though. Let's go see what's going on up here in Mississippi. It seems like something's going on there, really. Ah, okay. So it looks like they're extending that tornado warning for like this entire line here of thunderstorms. Because there's a lot of rotation along this whole line here. If we go back to the velocity here, you can see all of it. We got like a decent bit of rotation right here, and a decent bit of rotation. Looks like right here. Maybe something right there too, and right there. So we got like 4 areas of potential rotation in there. I did not want to do that. And then also over here, we still have actually strengthening rotation over the past little while I was gone. We have this storm here, and that's just about to move over uh, Ozvika. Ozvika. I will call it that for now. About to move over Ozvika at the moment. However, the rotation does seem to be centered. It's pretty broad, honestly. It's this entire area. However, it is also strong. So broad and strong rotation. Actually, we can see just how strong it is. We got 54-mile-an-hour winds coming towards the radar station, and like 44-mile-an-hour winds uh going away from the storm. So about almost 90 if we count like this whole area. Um, if you count the difference between the two. So the rotation, but once again, the rotation is still like pretty broad in here. Um, its tightest point is right here. So just a bit north of Ozvika. So I did a bit more also research while I was gone, just to try to see what was going on, and I did see that like it's possible that we could see a pickup once again. I was talking about how earlier the SPC was talking about how when the low level jet increases this evening, we could see a increased amount of uh, activity. Could see a bunch of new tornado warnings pop up. I'm still skeptical about the amount that we'll see. I don't think it'll be a moderate risk level, but I still think we will see some more tornado warnings pop up than just these few that we have going on right now. What I'm more surprised about though is that this Kansas storm up in Kansas, completely off topic. It's just been going on for like hours at this point. I'm just surprised that every single time I zoom out really far, I still see it going on up there. But anyways, rotation actually does seem to have tightened since the last frame. Oh, man. Since the last frame, maybe gotten a little bit stronger as well. Not by much, but it is definitely apparent that something is going on here. It also does. Actually, I don't want to say that there's any like hooks in the storm yet. not that important anyways. I will be back in just a moment here. All right, I apologize. Back. We have we have any other? No, not yet. So no other tornado warnings besides this cluster here in that line of storms and this one right here. Let's actually go check on the one in Mississippi up here real quick. Uh, Still in that radar hole, unfortunately. It's not really close to any radar stations yet. Not as bad as some of the radar holes that we have in Oklahoma, but still a radar hole nonetheless. Let's see what the velocity is looking like here. So once again, uh, looks pretty much the same as earlier. Actually, we have this whole area here has little couplets of radiation rotation here. So we have like potentially one here and one right here, and one right here, one right here, and like multiple right here. It looks like, which is actually kind of impressive. But usually this is just what you get in these like QCLS type situations. You get these lines of thunderstorms that just have multiple areas of decent rotation just because of how strong the winds are in them. Combined with these conditions being pretty good for rotation. Overall, this combines to make a decent, a pretty large string of storms here that have rotation. Once again, here it is without that view on it. So you can see what we're looking at here. This whole line of thunderstorms. So all that rotation is like within this whole storm here, in multiple different separate areas. Let's go back to the Mississippi slash Louisiana storm here. Where was our closest radar station? KLX, KLIX. And it does look like we potentially have um a hook here. There's pretty incredible amounts of precipitation here, but right here we do have a potential supercell structure. But while it was gone, it also looked like it was hooking around the opposite way as well, like right here. But I think that might have just been my eyes deceiving me. But either way, we have two potential areas where there could be a hook. Could be one right here and one right here. I was really weird drawing right there, but let's look at that velocity again. That is getting a lot stronger, though. If you may remember a few scans ago, um, it was much broader, and not even as strong as it is now. So we're seeing tightening rotation here. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Let me check out some storm chasers. Let's see if any storm chasers are on the storm. First, we'll just check on the biggest one that I know of, Reed Timmer. Ah, okay. So it looks like Reed Timmer is on the storm, actually. Or at least he's trying to get there. It was like 34 minutes ago he said that he was going to try to intercept the storm here. So hopefully he's here. He's there. I mean, um, being Reed Timmer, he's very experienced and knows what he does, what he's doing. So hopefully he'll have all the information on the storm. Hopefully we can get updates straight from him. Uh, so excuse me. We have once again rotation quite strong. I not mean to draw here. Make sure that we're up to date. I always like to press play every once in a while and then stop playing it. But actually, we can watch back the storm here. You can see that rotation there pick up and tighten over the. Oh, I don't know what this is. Looks like maybe a bit of a error. However, look at that. Wow, that's a good hook echo right there. That was a bad drawing, but hopefully you understand. Um, hopefully you see it right here. Here's our little couplet here, and we got the hook coming around and down right there, which coincides right with our rotation. If we go back to the velocity here, I'll circle it for you. At least where it was, we kind of seem to have like a bit of a glitch here, but um, so it's like right around this area, and we go back to the reflectivity. You can see it's right in that area of that hook. Um, they did extend the tornado warning. I wasn't even paying attention. So now, for anybody within, my cat. Can you hear my cat? She's being all angry. Um, but we have the tornado radar indicated here. Still hail 1.75 inches. That's pretty crazy. Big hail here. Let's go check on this storm again. Uh, ooh, okay. We might have a little couplet right there. Let's check out the rotation. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say there's something potentially right here. Hold on, let's see here. Mm, not exactly where I was expecting it to be, but hang on, let me go. Let me draw around this hook here. Go back to velocity. Yeah, it looks like the velocity is right here, but there's definitely some rotation in this storm. A bit north of the hook, it seems, but this is a whole line of storms here. So this could just be a false hook right there. You don't ever know with these embedded lines of storms here. Oh, we had an update here. Let's go back. KLIX. Oh my, that's looking worse and worse by the minute, honestly. Yeah, that's getting really tight there. Look at that. We're seeing those bright reds and those bright reds and bright greens getting and blues getting closer and closer together here. Um, this is becoming a bit more imminent of a threat as we speak, honestly. Let's see if there's any confirmed tornadoes here. None yet. Reed Timmer picked a good storm to get on. He hopefully got there in time. He should be one to report. But yes, we do have uh, tighter and tighter rotation in this area here. It's getting stronger and stronger as each frame goes on. I can't click this sometimes. If you look here, we can just play back. And you can just see that rotation strengthen as time goes on. With those greens and those reds and pinks getting tighter and tighter together here. Actually, we can do one more thing here to see if anything is on the ground. Doesn't look like it at the moment. But if we see a blue ball pop up on top of that rotation with this view, that will be a good sign that something is definitely on the ground there. But as of right now, it looks like nothing is on the ground. Um, so I can't exactly tell if the storm is hooking out towards this way, which I think is more likely. It's the more common way that these storms uh, go. But it could also be going this way. But also, I feel like, or like that. Who knows at this point. Actually, we can circle that rotation here, and then go back to reflectivity. So it's on this side of the storm here on that hook. So I want to make sure we keep an eye in this area for any signatures of tornado on the ground. As we talk, though, I'm seeing this get like tighter and tighter. Like that couplet's getting more and more closed in. Like the previous scan to this scan, it's just slowly getting more and more uh, wrapped around here. If you see, like that's getting pretty scary, to be honest. Let's look at that velocity. Yeah, it's getting stronger. Still, I'm gonna start looking at that correlation coefficient as well. Each no, I don't want to say that's anything because that looks a bit too glitchy for my liking. However, I want to see if it lines up at all. All right, look, I'm not gonna call anything out right now. If you live in Tylertown, though, you should definitely get the shelter. This is a pretty ominous storm right here. It's looking pretty strong as well. If we once again, if I just line out that embedded hook here, actually let me go up a bit more. If I line out that embedded hook, you can see that's pretty strong there. Uh, with that, let me draw it out again because I actually just deleted it. Just gonna do a different thing though here. Um, that rotation being most likely centered right here. Let's check it out on the velocity. And yes, that lines up perfectly with the hook where that strongest rotation is. So there's potentially a tornado on the ground right here. I don't know why the middle one expired here, but not that one. I'm quite confused by that. Unless they're saying there's also a tornado here, which I find unlikely. So Tylertown, Mississippi, you guys need to take shelter as soon as possible because this potential tornado right here is coming straight towards you, which is not good news. Honestly, I hope that this isn't confirmed yet. It's not confirmed yet. All right, it's getting closer and closer here. The hook has become a little bit less apparent there, but that rotation still very, very strong. Maybe even a bit stronger. Can't really tell. Uh, Still a strong rotation though. Storm is really picking up. Are they actually saying? I feel like it's really unlikely that they're saying that there's a rotation over here. So just ignore this tornado warning here. This area is our most imminent threat area. Right here, though, here's our area of tightest rotation, and that's moving almost directly towards Tylertown. So please take shelter if you are in that area. I'm gonna check Reed Timmer's Twitter real quick just to see if he has any updates yet. Nope. This thing is quite embedded here. Um, let's see, is it up to date yet? So once again, we can watch that play through here. You can see that embedded supercell moving in to the area here. Still very strong rotation along this whole line here. Although it is getting a bit broader, so could be, I don't think there's anything on the ground. Let's check that correlation coefficient once more. Not seeing anything, which is also good news. Now it's just kind of waiting for that next scan to come in. We'll see if what's going on here, but I think there is very strong rotation, at least within this area here, even for the past multiple frames here. You can see that. Luckily, it does seem like the rotation might have broadened. Like if we look at this scan here, you can see it was very tight. Oh man, I'm clicking all the wrong things. Very tight right here. It was over here. It could be cycling. I think that's the most likely. Oh, it just updated here. So, um, not seeing any tighter rotation. Actually looks like it's gotten a little bit less tight, which is good news. However, the storm still looks menacing on the radar here. Still very, um, pretty hidden hook there, but it's still, pretty visible once you see it. It definitely was a few scans ago, right here. You could see um, that looked like it was gonna drop a tornado like any second. Here, this was a very defined, like very good structure on this storm. Um, a few frames ago. Oh, another update. So it looks like the most likely area where this like rotation is centered is right here, since that's kind of that path it's been making through here, this region here. So it's going south of Tylertown at the moment. There could be a tornado on the ground at the moment. There could not be. We don't really know at the moment. The tornado warning has been extended for a pretty long ways, though. That's impressive. Now there could be even more rotation. Or well, it looks like yeah, this is definitely where it's centered here. We go back a few scans. Yeah, it looks like the storm might be cycling. I think that's what's going on here. Just as it moves over Tylertown, it looks like it's going to be moving over a relatively unpopulated area. Um, for the time being, which is good news. Once it's past the Tylertown area, I don't see any towns on the map until uh, West Hattiesburg, Purvis, and Lumberton. Other than that, it looks like we're gonna be in the clear for a little bit here, for any people, unless the storm takes a hard north and goes towards Columbia, which is very, very, very unlikely. Yeah, that's looking a lot tighter there. Um, over the past couple of scans here. So yeah, storm definitely recycled here. Um, as it went over here. That's the tightest rotation I've seen on this storm since I've been watching it. So I would not be surprised right now if right in this area, actually I can even draw a more specific area of where I think that this tornado could be. It's most likely right here, right in the center of that circle is where there's most likely a tornado at the moment. I would not be surprised. That is tight rotation. Can actually see if it's confirmed at all yet. Radar indicated as still, so nobody's seeing anything. Reed Timmer, one of the like, most famous, most popular storm chasers, is on this storm. According to his Twitter, at least he was trying to get there. So, hopefully on his Twitter, or he'll report the storm, or on his Twitter, he'll have something. All right, let's look at the reflectivity again here. It'll update. Ooh, uh-oh. Hopefully my internet didn't just, oh, there we go. Running a bit slow here. Come on, load the data. Come on, there we go. Yeah, that's looking. Man, I can't. Yeah, there's still that's still very supercellular right there. So we're gonna keep our eyes on this one for now. Once again, nothing confirmed yet. However, we could be interference that's causing this, or it could be peaking. Can't really tell. Actually, let's look at that correlation coefficient once more. Um, Also going to check the SPC's mesoscale discussions. They have a few going on right now, actually. Oops, I did not mean to draw. Doesn't look like there's anything, which is still good news. need to watch the velocity here. If it will load. Once again, all right, let's look at the mesoscale discussions. We have turning tornado watch continues. Squall line being well defined. Tornadoes embedded within the line. So yes, kind of what we're seeing here. Yeah, so they're just saying that tornado threat is increasing here. Oh no, that's not good. They're saying that there is higher tornado potential in the area that this storm is moving into, which is really bad. Because there's much stronger lower level shear within this region um, here, which is not good. I'll draw it out for you on the map here, but we're just now entering it. It's this region right here, and you might notice that that storm is directly in this area, so it's gonna probably undergo some big strengthening. We'll have to see what happens, though. It seems like there's a bit of uncertainty with how many storms there are in this area, which you can see kind of. I'm drawing too much stuff here. There's a lot of other storms in this region that's kind of messing with the storm's flow, so that could be causing some issues here. Could mean the storm doesn't strengthen to produce a tornado. A lot of it is going to be. Um, we're gonna have to just kind of wait basically to see what's gonna happen here. But either way, it looks like if this storm doesn't produce, I feel like there's a potential that this cell right here could strengthen into something as it moves into that region here. You will want to watch it though, but it does seem to, it has been, strengthening up over the past several frames here. So we'll want to watch this Kentwood storm here. Let's look at the velocity once more. Still very strong, albeit a bit more broad. Seems to be kinda becoming a line, a squall type thing here. So it's losing some of its supercell structure, but it still has it. Actually, it could be once again just cycling still. Not sure, but it's in this region here. I mean, it still has that structure, but a lot of these storms down here are interfering with its flow. As they move up towards into it, it's messing with that rotation that it's trying to develop, which is inhibiting its ability to produce that tornado that looks like it's been trying to produce multiple times now. It's tried to drop a tornado, but it has not been able to due to that all that flow and how messy this whole day has been with these storms just everywhere. I think there might just be like I don't want to say like there's too much energy, but it's kind of what it's looking like. There's just so many thunderstorms that they're all just interfering with each other's flow. They're not really getting time to organize themselves into any lines or anything. They're just kind of they form and they get messed up pretty much instantly here. However, look at that right there. That is a very tight area of rotation, right on that newish hook-looking area. So once again, we're gonna have to keep an eye on it. It does seem like this storm has been kind of like trying to drop multiple times now. Gonna watch right down here now. Once again, I think it might have cycled here as it's been moving through this area. Kind of looks like it cycled. So it moved over Tyler Town. Yeah, I think it definitely cycled. Um, with the newer mesocyclone being down here to the south a bit more. Oop, new update. Let's check out the velocity. And once again, that velocity is retightening. The storm has done this cycle multiple times now. It's only a matter of time at this point with it moving into this favorable area. It looks like the storm's sort of backing off here. Um, that it's been interfering with its inflow. So it is possible that the storm could, in theory, it could start getting its act together a bit better without any interference here, much less interference, and maybe drop something. Let's look, see if anything's confirmed, which there is not anything confirmed. Reed Timmer has not updated us on anything here. It's been about an hour since then. Yeah, this is definitely the strongest supercell we've had all day, though. This thing has been quite the long track storm as well. I definitely want to screenshot this here storm. It hasn't had this good structure for quite a bit of time. Make sure I get that. All right, I just updated the description, um, just to give a bit more information on the situation here. Did we have an update? Yes, I think we did. Let's get a bit of look at that. Oh my gosh, that's insane. I think this now takes the cake for the strongest rotation we've had all day here. You got 82-mile-an-hour outgoing and 60-mile-an-hour ingoing wind. So solid 140 plus mile an hour difference here, um, in the ingoing and outgoing winds. So this could potentially be really strong right here. Um, it would not surprise me at all if something was on the ground right now. Um, I hope Reed Timmer will report that. We get a new tornado warning here. I think we did. Just for over here again, with that line of thunderstorms. We'll go check it out. Mm, I don't know. It's still really far away from all those radar stations. Makes it really hard to see. Look at that velocity. I don't see anything right now. Yeah, I'm not seeing it there. Right here, though. That's some tight rotation. And strong. Um, once again, see that hook right here. Very defined. That is some, like, nearly textbook supercell structure. If this thing was more isolated, like that's like perfect. And we're fortunate that it's moving over a unpopulated area at the moment as well. However, it is moving towards that uh Purvis area. It's kind of going in that general direction here. It's gonna cross the road here, or could pass the town. Depends on what direction this thing decides to go here. But Purvis is pretty close to in the path here, and there's a lot of time for this thing to strengthen or weaken. So just make sure if you're in Purvis right now, be watching that weather. Purvis, Mississippi. This thing is actually slowly looking like it's isolating itself, though, which is not good news. With this whole storm right here isolating itself from this line, it's gonna get better inflow. It's gonna get better everything, and it's not gonna get interference from all these other storms, meaning that it's gonna have all this atmosphere basically to itself to just strengthen all at once. And like I said earlier, the SPC was saying that this area right here has incredible shear and potential for a tornado, like big tornado potential in that region. So we really want to make sure that we're watching this storm right here. This could get bad because this is some insane rotation. Like this is some of the craziest rotation I've ever seen on like this type of velocity here. So like look at that thing. Wow. I'm gonna look at that correlation coefficient here. Let's see if something's on the ground. It might be throwing up stuff into the air. Doesn't look like it at the moment. However, I do want to just make sure I circle this whole area here of potential rotation. And let's go to the correlation coefficient. So yeah, nothing going on there yet. So that means like there's not really anything that it's hitting to throw up debris on the ground if there is anything on the ground, which is not confirmed at the moment. Okay. So this is a bad situation. This is a very bad situation here. They are putting out a hazard for a PDS tornado right here. This storm. So the PDS Tornado Warning, so particularly dangerous situation, hazard for a damaging tornado. This storm will be near Sandy Hook and Pickwick around 7:20 p.m. Right now it is 7:16, so this storm is moving really fast now. It looks like. Um, to repeat, a large and extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is developing at the moment. So we really need to be the tornado damage threat is considerable. I've seen it go up to devastating. But right now it's considerable. So this thing is strong. This is a strong tornado at the moment. You guys, everybody in this path of the storm needs to take shelter right now. This thing is really starting to wrap up here. You can see it tightening big time right here. This is some textbook supercell structure, and it's going to be moving through this shear area. It's going to pick up strength fast now. If we look at that velocity, you can see this is insane right here. This tornado, this rotation. Let's see if Reed Timmer's saying anything about it. He's on this storm about right now. There's a debris ball. Um. Oh no, this is bad. This is really bad. Um. That is a debris ball. There's a big tornado on the ground right now. There is a tornado on the ground. If you're watching the stream and you know anybody in this area, make sure you tell them to take cover immediately. There is a tornado on the ground moving in a easterly direction at the moment. This is bad, guys. This is really bad. You can see that debris ball on both radars here. Oh man, guys, this is not good. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this real quick here. Confirmed tornado on the ground at the moment. PDS Tornado Warning right now. This is a particularly dangerous situation. You can see that rotation is incredible right here. Incredibly strong rotation. This thing uh has winds in excess of like holy so right here that's showing 97. We're peaking though, so we can't even see it all. 94. This could have 180-mile-an-hour winds right now. Um Luckily it's moving over what seems like a pretty um like a man, I don't even know what to say right now. It seems to be moving over an unpopulated area at the moment. But you can see right here the debris ball is moving. It's moving this direction at the moment. I've been watching this thing strengthen for a while, and it is moving into atmosphere that is like just ripe for tornado development here. Um, we could see big strengthening occurring as it moves towards Purvis. I don't know how to say that name. We could see big strengthening here. Once again, PDS Tornado Warning. There's currently a large damaging tornado on the ground with an issued PDS warning. PDS Tornado Warning. We have, once again, if we look at the super res velocity here, you can see the rotation here is incredibly strong. The rotation here was in excess of with 90-mile-an-hour ingoing winds or outgoing winds here and 90-mile-an-hour incoming winds. Now up to 105, 136 miles an hour in this spot. So if you take the difference between like 82 right here and 136, that could be like up to 200-mile-an-hour's difference between the outgoing and ingoing winds right now. So there could be a massive tornado on the ground right now, very strong tornado. Once again, uh, this storm has a PDS tornado warning right now, and it hasn't been confirmed as far as I'm concerned, but we will check a confirmed. Okay, so it has been confirmed. So at 7:15 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Pickwick or Sandy Hook, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Once again, you can read it right here. A particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Um, Tornado damage threat considerable. Oh my god, the rotation just keeps getting stronger, dude. Um, and this is really bad. I mean, luckily it's moving over a relatively unpopulated area at the moment. I don't see Pickwick on my map though, so it could be in the path of Pickwick. I hope not. I hope Pickwick isn't in this area. I can't see it on my map here. The only towns I can see in the path here is Purvis, but let's hope that Pickwick isn't going to get hit by this thing. This thing is looking incredibly strong. Once again, if you look at that reflectivity here, you can see that supercell structure. You could even see the debris ball on the radar for a minute. You can see right there that pink was the debris ball. Okay, so let's see here. Um, the correlation coefficient is still showing that debris ball on the ground, debris ball at the moment, right here. You can see that blue. It looks like it's tossing debris up in the air too. You can see right here. Um, if we go back a couple scans, you can see that blue wasn't there a minute ago, and now it's getting tossed up. You can see that thing formed though. It's progressing. It's still on the ground at this moment. Oh man. So, uh, once again, if you look at the radar here, we have a textbook supercell structure here with this whole hook thing right here. You can see it. Um, if we look at the correlation coefficient, you can still see it on the ground. Let's look at that velocity with this new scan. Still incredibly tight rotation here, incredibly strong rotation still too. It's peaking, so I can't even. I don't think this radar is even picking it up with how strong the rotation is. But what we can see is 101 miles an hour winds ingoing and 88, 88 to 94 outgoing here. So once again, if we take the difference between that, could be up to like 195 mile an hour rotation in this tornado right now. I'm gonna check out the mesoscale discussions here. I'm very curious to see if they put out another warning here. Not yet, so. Oh boy. S- Mississippi does not need this right now, dude. This is really bad. It wasn't even like a week ago when they had this happen. Alright, let's look at the correlation coefficient again for anybody new here. As you can see, this blue circle right here is the debris ball. Correlation coefficient shows like the size of objects getting thrown, excuse me, thrown in the air. And when you see a blue circle that coincides with a hook and rotation like that, that's pretty much confirmed tornado. I mean, that's how the National Weather Service is confirming this. Once again, you can read this warning here for yourself. It says that there's a damaging tornado radar confirmed tornado. Damage threat considerable. Tornado observed. So somebody has seen this tornado at this point. With the observed tag, it's not radar indicated, it's observed. So it's not just radar showing this. It's somebody, a real person has seen this tornado. You can still see the debris ball even on normal reflectivity. So it's throwing up debris, so much debris that you can see um, that rotation is just showing up here. The storm has been trying for almost like 30 minutes to drop a tornado, and now it finally has. And I've been watching it for this whole time. Um, and it does look like I'm glad that I was watching this. Once again, wow, this thing could be incredibly wide because look, we're looking at 112 mile an hour rotation or outgoing winds here, and then upwards, we were seeing earlier like 100 mile an hour incoming, but now we're seeing about 75. But still, if we take the difference between those, it's still like good solid 170, 180 mile an hour winds from radar. Correlation coefficient. Um, Luckily, it does look like that debris ball is getting a bit smaller. Since earlier, it could just be either because it's not moving over anything that it can throw up, or it's not. It's maybe lifted a little bit. Who knows? but there's still very obviously a debris ball right there. Still very strong rotation, and that structure on the storm is still looking quite ominous. And it is moving towards, and I still don't even know if I'm saying this name right, Purvis, Mississippi. And it looks like it might be moving over. I can't see it on my map, but it does seem like there might be towns in this region here. Even though I can't see it, it must be a town called Sandy Hook or Pickwick within this warning zone that I can't see on my map. So all we can do is hope that this thing isn't going over them at this moment. The rotation is still incredibly strong, though. If we look at that correlation coefficient once again, you can still see a debris ball right there, and it looks like it might even be throwing debris up into the air at this point. If it's not hitting a town, which hopefully it is not, it's most likely just trees and twigs and leaves. Um, but I'm starting to fear the worst since this thing does seem to be big, and they put out a PDS. There must be some decent sized town in this region. They don't just put out PDSs for strong tornadoes in the middle of nowhere. Usually they reserve those for more populated areas. Luckily, we aren't seeing any tornado emergencies yet, um, which is good because those are the highest warnings here. But right now we're just seeing that, just a tornado, a PDS tornado warning. Let's go back to velocity. Once again, like I've said a few times now, we're seeing incredibly strong rotation here with 83, 84 mile an hour ingoing winds and 104 mile an hour outgoing winds here. So just take the difference for yourself. That could be 180 mile an hour rotation here between the differences between the rotation or the ongoing and outgoing winds. So that doesn't mean that the tornado is rotating at 180 miles an hour, but it's a signature that it's rotating incredibly powerfully or incredibly fast here. I did not mean to do that. Um, Once again, we can check the correlation coefficient. I keep doing that over and over again just to make sure that that we are seeing this right. I'm really hoping that I'm not seeing this wrong. I think the blue up here might just be either thrown up debris or an error in the scanning because it doesn't. I don't think there'd be two tornadoes right next to each other at the moment. Hopefully not, at least. But this thing, scarily, it's been on the ground now for a good solid, I would say, 5 minutes or so. Um, Maybe a bit longer. I don't know. I've kind of lost track of time at this point. But once again, we can see the structure. The tornado is located in this southern spot right here. It is moving in an easterly direction, and it's moving in the general direction of Purvis, which is, I guess, big enough for RadarScope to put on their map. Um, and since this thing is so powerful and this thing has been a supercell for a long enough time that it could be moving straight towards Purvis, and I would say there's a decent chance that this thing could hit Purvis. Especially, it might go to the south, might go to the north, but it's a pretty big tornado. Uh, Most likely, if it doesn't lift, it's going to hit Purvis unless it takes a sharp turn, either north or south. Which we can hope for. Hopefully it'll lift. Hopefully it will lift. Um, hopefully it's not hitting anything right now, or hopefully it'll turn and not hit anything. But it's pretty, uh, you know, not cool. But we can see once again, PDS tornado warning here. It is an observed tornado with a with a considerable damage threat. So incredibly dangerous storm right here. Um, and it's moving through an area of intense wind shear and incredible strengthening potential. We've been watching this area for quite a bit of time here. The SPC recently just put out um, a mesoscale discussion where they talked about how this area was ripe for tornado strengthening. And if you remember, this thing's moving in this direction, so it just entered that zone, and now it's moving into more of that strengthening area. Uh, yeah, it is definitely. It's a very big one at the moment, at least as far as we can tell. Um, Once again, it looks like that rotation really is just like not weakening. It's not really even strengthening either. It's just sort of staying the same here with those 100-mile-an-hour ish in outgoing and 80 mile an hour to 90 mile an hour ingoing winds. Let's see. Reed Timmer did say he was on the storm, so I've been refreshing his Twitter page to see if he is updating. Uh, so yes, he is. So yes, he did upload a video. So yeah, he Reed Timmer is saying that a tornado warned high precipitation supercell here. So this thing is going to be rain wrapped. It's going to be incredibly hard to see this tornado. So if you're in this region here, in this tornado warning in Mississippi, make sure you take shelter. Don't be stupid. Don't go out and try to look at it. Um, leave that to the professionals. Um, a The massive base. I mean, Reed Timmer says that a massive base was lowering. He was using his drone, and it was just wrapping up as it was passing south of Tylertown. So this thing potentially has been on the ground for several minutes since passing south of Tylertown, but only recently started hitting enough things to throw up debris. Once again, if we go back a few scans, this thing has been on the ground for at least a good 10 minutes now, but probably more like 20, 15, 20 minutes at this point. Luckily, oh man, luckily we have storm chasers on this storm, trained storm chasers at that, like some of the most experienced in the business. That rotation actually looks like it got a bit stronger. You're seeing, or at least a bit tighter, 114-mile-an-hour outgoing winds here. And we got solid 87-mile-an-hour ingoing winds, and we're also seeing some peaking where there's just black squares where it can't even measure the wind level there. So once again, like I've been saying, take the difference between 115 and 87. You're getting close to 200-mile-an-hour difference in that rotation between the ingoing and outgoing. Does not mean that the tornado is rotating at 200 miles per hour, but it's a good sign that it's rotating really fast. And once again, that structure is still very, very visible. You can still easily see that hook, the supercell structure there. It's just slowly getting even like heavier and heavier with that rain. So this thing is incredibly dangerous. Like it's dangerous enough to have a strong tornado on the ground, but to have one that's just so wrapped in rain like this is incredibly dangerous. We can look at that correlation coefficient. It looks like that debris ball has been shrinking, which means that it's either lifted off the ground a little bit, it's gotten a bit smaller maybe, or it's not hitting as much things at the moment. But if we take the path of this thing has been going in, it's been going in. If I could draw correctly, it's been going in this general direction. As you can see, that debris ball follows that blue line perfectly there. So that has it on track to move just north of Purvis here. It could, but if it takes even just the slightest turn to the south there, it could go straight over Purvis. So if you're in Purvis, Mississippi, you're in pretty immediate danger here. This thing has not really shown any signs of slowing down over the past 20 minutes here. I haven't seen peaking like this for a long time here. This is some of the strongest rotation I've been able to see. And we're fortunate enough to have a close radar station to this tornado. So we can have really fast updates here, really reliable information. Making sure there's no new information out on the storm here. So, if we look at the correlation coefficient once more over the past couple minutes, if I go back a little bit, when I was saying the main debris ball is right here. Um, this right here, if you're wondering what that is, that is ejected debris. So this tornado is picking up stuff here and tossing it this far in that direction. And most likely it's not even hitting any structures at the moment. So that's all just trees and stuff, small debris. Although I don't really know what it's going over at the moment. It does seem the debris ball is actually getting smaller, but the rotation is still just as strong. So I think that it's just not hitting anything. It might be moving over like a farm field. It could just be, it could be moving over stuff that can't be picked up by a tornado, basically. Just like a flat land. But once again, it's moving straight towards Purvis at this moment. Purvis is like directly in the path of this thing. Maybe it might go a bit to the north, which hopefully it does. Hopefully they don't sustain a direct hit. It does look like it's moving that general direction here. Let's go back to the reflectivity here. This thing's got insane hail though too. Like, we might want to let's just to distract from the tornado for a second. Like, to have like blues on this, it has to have incredibly heavy precipitation. So coupled with that, like that and the tornado coupled makes this thing incredibly dangerous because you can imagine having a super strong tornado and then also having super heavy rains. It makes it really hard to see that tornado. So this is incredibly dangerous. Hopefully, everybody in Purvis, they've had pretty substantial warning time, so hopefully they've been able to get to shelter. Whether it's their own shelter, maybe a neighbor's shelter, or public storm shelter, who knows? Ooh boy, let's see how big Purvis, Mississippi is. Population of 2,000 there. Yeah, this thing is still not really showing any signs of slowing down there. Actually, well, just as I was saying that maybe it might have just kind of weakened, but that's not like any substantial amount of weakening. The storm is still really strong. Still a very strong tornado here. It could just be cycling if it is going to start weakening with how long the storm's been on the ground. It's already cycled a few times now, well, over the time I've been watching it before it dropped this tornado. So chances are this thing isn't just going to die out here. If you have any questions in the chat, or if any of you have any questions, you can ask me in the chat, and I will try to answer them to the best of my ability. Let's see here. I'm going to check the Storm Prediction Center here, because if there's a very damaging tornado, they'll put out things for it. Doesn't look like they have yet. It's very rare, though, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, let's go back to the velocity here. So once again, if anybody is new here, that rotation is centered right here, and it looks like it is going um, towards this direction here. It might just pass north of Purvis. Hopefully it does. But it is going to go over a major road here in a second, not too far from now. Actually, I'm going to do one thing here. I can see how big this town is, I guess, and what it's looking like on like Google Earth here to see if it's going to hit anything as it passes. It could potentially, if it decides to go a bit south or straight forwards here, it could potentially nick the northern parts of Perv. I think this thing may have hit a different town though. This thing would have hit. Uh, wait, no, we're good. We're okay. We're okay. Well, actually, it might have hit Nat Cole or Cheraw, and that would coincide with when that debris ball showed up. It's very possible that this thing hit something earlier, which is quite terrifying. So let's check the correlation coefficient. There's still something here. And once again, that rotation here, it has weakened a bit. Here we have 90-mile-an-hour outgoing winds from the radar station. And we have 40 to 50-mile-an-hour incoming winds. So the difference between that is like about 150, 160 miles an hour. So once again, it does not mean that the tornado is spinning that fast. However, it does mean that it's rotating very fast, um, or very powerfully at least. They did extend that tornado warning out here a bit more. Still PDS. Actually, looks like the rotation might have just kind of re-strengthened here. Yeah, there's still, this area right here is still showing 128-mile-an-hour winds just in this one pixel here. So regardless, this thing is incredibly powerful. I didn't want to use that. I wanted to use correlation coefficient again. Luckily, I don't see anything right now. So it's not hitting anything if it is on the ground. Let's look at the reflectivity. This thing is just getting even more wrapped in rain as time goes on here. Actually could be a decent sign that the storm could be weakening here. Which is a good sign. Hopefully this thing will weaken by the time it gets over Purvis. But that velocity still is incredibly strong, so this tornado could have potentially maybe lifted, but the rotation is still there, so it could just be cycling, which means that it could just be basically just re-going through that cycle of producing a tornado. So it might have just lifted. Now it's just about to drop another one here soon. Or it could still be on the ground and just not hitting anything. We don't really know since we can't see it down there. Uh, actually, okay. So that's another thing of good news here. If we go back to the previous scan, it does look like the rotation is getting a bit more loose here. We can check correlation coefficient again, and I'm not seeing anything, which is also good news here. With that weakening rotation, The structure sort of not as good as it used to be as well. So a bunch of good signs that show that this thing could be weakening or recycling at least, as it's gonna go over the road in this town here. I'm not gonna say if this is true or not, but it looks like some people are saying that the winds on their radar scans within this tornado are up to 238 miles per hour, which would make it even stronger than the winds that were found in the other tornado on Easter. However, that's not confirmed, and the highest I've seen it potentially get up to is 200, but still that would put it on par with what the prediction was for that previous storm and on Easter. But luckily, this one's not moving over any majorly populated areas at the moment, but it is about to move towards Purvis, just north of it, fortunately. And the velocity here, it has um, loosened here. So it does look like it potentially has lifted off the ground, or at least has weakened substantially. There's still very strong outgoing winds, very strong ingoing winds, but fortunately has weakened quite a bit here. Not much wider here, as you can see. It used to be a lot tighter. If we go back to the farthest possible I can, it used to be about this tight, and now it's about that broad. So a much bigger gap, which is a good sign that this thing has weakened. And on top of not being able to see a debris ball anymore. All we can hope is that this didn't hit anything in between uh Columbia and Purvis and Tylertown, because this thing was on the ground. It sounds like since from around like here as it passed south of Tylertown all the way up to about here. So we had this whole distance here that it crossed through. And there were some towns within this region here. So it is possible that it could have hit something in there, but hopefully it didn't. But we did see that debris ball pop up as it went through here, which makes me a bit skeptical. But hopefully this thing is lifted, as it would be passing over around Purvis about now. You can look at the super res velocity again. It does seem to be tightening though, since last scan here. Could, like I said, it could just be recycling here. We want to keep an eye on it. Alright, I'll get rid of the tornado on the ground part of the title here, since I don't think the tornado's on the ground anymore. Um, However, just as I say that, signs of another tornado increase. Luckily, nothing on the correlation coefficient yet. The structure doesn't look any different than it did before. That's not what I wanted. Let's see. 80, 90. So yeah, it looks like 90 to 30 mile an hour difference. So potentially like 120 mile an hour rotation up there. But it seems to have lifted, so it's just the mesocyclone at the moment. But the wind still must be insane in this storm as it moves over Purvis, or north of Purvis here. Hopefully everybody in Purvis is in shelter anyways, as this thing is moving over here. It's just about to move just north of Purvis, Mississippi here. However, it is going to start moving into a bit more populated areas, so hopefully this thing doesn't strengthen any more than it already has here. Because there is a town that is pretty close in the path of this thing. It's much bigger. We can't see it on the map here, but it's just south of Hattiesburg, just south of this intersection here, which is where it's kind of going, called McCallum, or McLaurin. It's kind of in between the two, there, and it's a pretty decent sized town there. So hopefully this thing is lifted for good here. Because if it puts another tornado down, it's gonna hit something this time. Like, the rotation has slightly tightened since the last couple of scans, like again, but it's not as strong as before, and we're not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient. I'm gonna keep it on the velocity thing while I rest my voice for a minute, since I've been talking for a good like 30 minutes straight here. So I'm just gonna drink some water real quick. Okay, so as I said earlier, but some of you guys might be new, this storm here, if I go back to reflectivity, um, is going through a very favorable area with a lot of wind shear. So, and it's moving through an area where not many storms have been, so there's a lot of energy. So we want to keep watching this, because just because it's weakened a bit right now does not mean that it won't re-strengthen again as it moves into this favorable air again. And once again, there's many other areas here of people where people live here. So we really want to hope that we get lucky and this thing doesn't drop another tornado. Check the correlation coefficient again. Luckily, I'm not really seeing anything here. Chances are the storm is just cycling, though, because this storm has been going on. We've been watching it on the stream if you rewind. We've been watching it since over here in Liberty and Magnolia. And it tried to drop multiple times on the way as it passed over Osvika here. And even before that, we've been watching it. Um, and as it passed south of Tylertown, it dropped this tornado. It tracked, potentially, it could still be tracking. Took a bit of a northern turn here, northeastern turn, besides the straight east turn that it was originally going on, which is fortunate. And it might have either lifted or it's kept going, but has weakened substantially, um, just as it was about to cross the road here near Purvis. However, signs have been showing that this thing has been sort of attempting to drop another tornado if it's still, or at least re-strengthen if it hasn't uh, lifted. So we want to make sure that we keep watching this because I feel like the chance of this thing dropping another tornado are relatively large here. However, the structure here, and other good news, is kind of dissipated. I'm not really seeing any major structure here. Like there's no super apparent hook echo. There's nothing that would signify, not like earlier at least. There's like a tornado at the moment. The velocity is still powerful, but it's not very tight. There's a big gap between each area here. There's a gap here, which we didn't see earlier. It has actually taken a bit of a... So yeah, it took like a northeast turn, and now it's progressing more straight east again, it looks like. So it actually did the thing that we wanted it to do, where it took a bit of a northeast turn around Purvis. Other decent news, a lot of this is actually starting to congeal into like one mass of storms here, which could potentially mean that it's going to limit the tornado threat in the future here. So they did get rid of the particularly dangerous situation, it looks like, on this tornado warning, which is good. So it does seem like the storm has lifted quite a bit. That gap is actually getting a bit wider here now. It was showing a bit of signs of retightening there for a minute, but it's looking generally um, like it's weakening now. However, it could be strengthening here again, just not tightening. Because it does look like the green side here is sort of re-strengthening while this just kind of stays the same. So if this retightens again, it could easily drop another tornado. Ping pong ball sized hail was reported with this storm, though. It's impressive. 1.5-inch diameter hail. Right, let's check. Reed Timmer was on the storm, so I'm gonna check his Twitter real quick, see if he has any updates on what it was like on the ground there. He did upload a bit of drone footage from his tornado. Alright, so he hasn't posted anything new. Alright, let's check the rotation again here. That could be a bit of retightening, um, potentially, although not super significant yet. But you might be able to notice that the gap between the green here and the orange here, and right here in this red area, has sort of closed in on itself. There's some areas here where the orange and the green are touching, which could signify that the rotation is sort of tightening back up again. Let's check the correlation coefficient. Oh, that's not good. This is definitely retightening right here with this new scan. So it looks like it passed over Purvis. This, oh my, no, this could not retighten at any worse of a time. Right in this area, right south of Hattiesburg, just south of this road intersection that it's about to go over, there's a small town, and it's re-strengthening just as it's going over that town. Luckily, nothing on the correlation coefficient just yet, so hopefully it's not on the ground yet. But it probably will be soon here if it continues on this trend of strengthening. So once again, if I go back a few scans, there's a decent sized gap here between that red and the green, or the orange and the green. And now if I go forward a few scans here, that gap has sort of disappeared now. And we're seeing that peaking again like we were earlier. So there's a decent potential here that the tornado is going to drop again at any moment, just as strong as the previous one. Hail 1.75 inches in the storm. Uh, they haven't updated it at all yet. They got rid of the PDS Tornado Warning. I'll get rid of that from my description. Um, all right. It's still showing that those signs of re-tightening again. Um, Structure doesn't look too impressive on the outside, but that rotation is still there. This thing is just be incredibly rain wrapped. Let's check the correlation coefficient again. I don't really see anything. Nothing consistent enough to really show anything, which is still good news. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Still no like structural changes here. Once again, it actually seems like it maybe tried to drop briefly and then recycled. Let's see what they just put. So, we have another. They extended the tornado warning. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. No PDS warning yet, which is good news. Good news as of right now. Not seeing any signs of anything at the moment. Just does seem like it's trying to drop another one here. It's really trying to retighten up. Okay, now we're really seeing that tightening continue here. If we go back once again, you can see a big gap. Then it really tightened up here for a second, kind of de-tightened, and then now it's sort of just redoing that whole cycle again. So it's trying to put another tornado down. Still nothing on the correlation coefficient yet, so no debris ball. That would confirm something is on the ground, and the structure here, well, I can't really see anything. It's pretty much all rain wrapped at this point. If a tornado did drop, it would hopefully clear up some of the rain. Either that or it would just make it worse. Hopefully just nothing happens at all. Let's hope no tornado will drop here. And, well, that is the tightest it's been in a while here. Once again, for anybody new, the rotation is right here between this orange and the green. You can actually do a bit of a check here. So we got 74-mile-an-hour outgoing winds from the radar station and 25 to 38-mile-an-hour ingoing winds. So we take the difference between those. We got about 110-mile-an-hour winds or rotation within that region here. But if we go out a little bit and we take the more broader rotation here, we could see up to 97-mile-an-hour to 100 to 44-mile-an-hour winds here. And you take the difference between that, it could be solid 150-mile-an-hour winds up higher in the sky in the rotation. So there's still very strong rotation on the broader spectrum. On the tighter spectrum, there is a bit weaker rotation, but it's there. It's really trying to, though. It's trying to tighten up, but I think it's getting a lot of interference from these other storms and this whole band of storm that it's kind of joined with here. I think that's what's really starting to inhibit the storms like re-strengthening here is this whole segment of storms has sort of merged into one big old clump of storms here. So chances are it's gonna really inhibit this thing in the future from producing another tornado. Still possible, just a bit less likely than it was before. Because it keeps going through this cycle of tightening and then kind of detightening and then tightening again, getting looser. Just kind of a bit of a cycle that we've been caught in for the past 10 minutes or so here as we've been watching this cross over. Check the correlation coefficient again. Still not seeing anything, which is good news for everybody involved. Mm, Sort of just checking this whole line here. Since it is, all these storms are moving into this region of instability and favorable conditions for a tornado. So I've been watching it to make sure that none of these other storms maybe strengthen and drop a tornado, which so far we're doing okay. None of them are showing any signs of that yet, just this leading one. a new scan. Once again, we just see that retightening for a second. However, it's too soon to be able to tell. It's not super strong yet, but we are seeing that cycle continue of tightening and retightening and then detightening over and over again here. All right, so let's go to the do I want to I was thinking of something. Ah, here we go. New mesoscale discussion. Likely significant tornado ongoing. Um, Peak winds of 120 to 170-mile-an-hour winds. That was confirmed by the SPC, I mean. So this was 7:42 p.m., which was about 30 minutes ago. So yes, this thing was on the ground. SCP or SPC. I keep saying SCP. SPC was ongoing. They confirmed it. EF3 plus. Actually, it looks like we're moving into a new radar zone here, which is fortunate that there's so many radars in this area that we can bounce between. Um, Once again, they're both showing incredibly strong rotation. At the moment, it doesn't really matter which one we use. We're going to continue using this one for now. I'm trying to save my voice now, just to make sure, because I was able to calm down for a minute until the storm picked up, and now since it's sort of calming down here, I'm going to rest my voice again. Man, but every single time I try to, it looks like it starts retightening again. Um, it just got a bit more tight since that last scan. Still not seeing anything on correlation coefficient, though. So good signs so far. Yeah, I think that this thing is probably likely a tornado again. Um, I mean, I'm not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient. Actually, scratch that. There might be a little thing here. This thing could have set another one down again. It looks somebody is uploading, or somebody uploaded a video onto Twitter that they were in the RFD, which it does look like they were, of that tornado in Purvis. Um, hasn't been updated to PDS yet. Again, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is. We're gonna change to this radar station as it moves into this zone a bit more. The Mobile, Alabama, or Mobile. Yeah, it's peaking again. This is not good. So the rotation is right there. Another potential tornado on the ground. From the same storm that just produced a likely EF3 strength tornado. That does not mean that it is an EF3, but the wind speeds were of an EF3 plus, um, which was confirmed by the SPC, of 120 to 170 mile an hour winds in the previous tornado, and the storm is setting down another one, it looks like. And it is regaining some of that structure here of a supercell. So that's also not good. It's sort of managed to separate itself again from the other storms, which are is just going to mean that it gets more energy and inflow to itself. So overall, things are not going too good here. Let's check the correlation coefficient once more. Not seeing anything just yet. That's not what I wanted, but I guess this shows us just how much rain there was. There was tons of rain here. Um, in these white areas, you were seeing 4 inches of rain. So this thing is dropping mad amounts of rain. So yeah, this thing is retightening big time now. Finally was able to cycle back through and potentially set down a tornado here. I like to use the circling not just to show you where the thing is, but also it's a good way to see if on top of the circulation, if we have a blue circle to signify a debris ball, which we don't. So looks like still it's not really hitting anything, or it's not strong enough to really pick up anything to high enough to signify a debris ball. Um, Also, it also just shows that this thing would be incredibly rain wrapped. It's in the way back of the storm here. Um, so this would be incredibly dangerous for even like a trained storm chaser to try to chase. Just with because how much rain there is, it makes it super hard to see. Luckily, if it, at least here, and I'm just at least here it's still morning, or not morning, still daytime. So hopefully, down there it's still daytime, or at least sunset time. So hopefully they can still see what they're doing outside of the storm. Because once this thing becomes nighttime and it progresses, we could see this thing could be majorly dangerous if it's rain wrapped and it's nighttime and it gets strong again. I mean, it's still a really strong rotation. Don't get me wrong on that. And even seems to be getting stronger every single time I look at it here. You can see here 59 mile an hour to a 9 mile an hour, potentially, or negative 64 to 9 miles an hour, 10. So a good 70 mile an hour, 80 mile an hour difference in this region here of rotation. Or if we go down a little bit here, got 49 to, or 49 to like, it's a pretty broad area of rotation still, I would say. Honestly, I mean, there's like a tight spot, but generally it could still get tighter. So if I draw like two circles here, tightest area of rotation, but like the general area of rotation is a lot bigger than just the tight spot. But that does kind of line up with the what looks kind of like a new hook here. Potentially, new small notch maybe. Don't want to confirm it as a hook yet, but I mean, it's kind of looking like it. There might be like another storm cell down here, to the south. It looks like down here, this could be a completely different storm, or at least a big extension of this storm. However, the notch here is what I really want to focus on. Um, is right centered around that rotation area, so you want to keep an eye on that. Once more, we have been. Oh, super res velocity. Once again, that rotation is just still, getting tighter and tighter per scan, though. And it looks like it's even getting a bit stronger per scan, which is not good. This thing would just be extremely rain wrapped. It's probably even still on the ground. They really extended this warning out there pretty far. Good thing they did, though. Can check that correlation coefficient again. Which we still aren't really seeing anything here, which is good. This thing is probably, it's potential that this thing is still on the ground, and it has been. It's just a lot weaker. I might have lifted a few times and reset and sat back down. I'm hoping that people know how to read a map, though, so I don't have to say the names of every town and county that this is in. But this is moving into, I will say the counties, but not the town names, because it's probably gonna go on for a while, and my throat already hurts. We are in Mississippi and Perry County and Greene County. So if you're in those two counties, make sure you take shelter, because those are where that's where that tornado warned storm is at the moment. This is actually like the only bit of activity going on right now. It's just these tornado warnings and this severe thunderstorm warning, and that's about the only thing happening at this moment. This thing is still incredibly impressive, though. Even though it could be on the ground or it could be a lot weaker, it could be off the ground. Either way, the broad rotation up here is still incredibly significant. Once again, it's rotating in this form. So like it's pretty large, broad area of rotation here. That's like strong, and then just a small area of tighter rotation up towards the north. But if this thing decided to like tighten completely up into a tornado, we could see a very significant tornado because this thing is still incredibly powerful. It's just not really dropping anything at the moment, which is good. Hopefully, it stays that way. Mhm. See here. Yeah, it's still pretty much the same story as last time. where that notch is still. It's getting a bit more apparent here. Um, I would say that this is most likely all one storm. It's just this huge area of rotation is making the hook just very large, it seems. Then again, uh, we are kind of like averaging out the position. Like if we were to take the actual full storm structure, it's like a bit of a nub, and then like this. So we're kind of averaging out the. We're kind of trying to act like this thing doesn't have any rain at all. Um, when in reality we have tons of rain, just tons of rain wrapped precipitation in this storm here. But still, we're not really seeing any large scale tightening at the moment, which is good. But the rotation is still there. It's still very strong. It's just broad, so broad. If it was more on maybe this scale, we'd be seeing something here. But it's just so broad. We got this big area here of little motion actually, which is kind of terrifying. It's kind of like the eye of the storm, even though it's not really what it is at all. It's kind of what that is like right there. We got the big areas of rotation all around it here, and then just this area of nothing in between. If we can get that to tighten, if you like an ice figure when when they pull their arms in when they're spinning and they start spinning even faster, we could see that happen here as well. So if this thing decides to tighten on like a massive scale, we could see a big amount, like a pretty another significant tornado. Hmm. I'm gonna watch up here again. Seems like kind of tightened a little bit right over Richten. Richten. Let's see what the correlation coefficient's looking like. Don't see anything, which is good news. If it was something damaging on the ground, then probably would have seen it. Also, this kind of isn't really in the right area of the storm for a tornado to form, honestly. It seems like thing is just insane, though. Its size is just crazy. Like, if I take the center of this thing here, this mesocyclone's like nearly 13 diameters, 14 diameter, or like in a 14 or 7 mile radius, so like 14 miles in diameter. That's like insane from the center of it. Mesocyclone is not a tornado. Mesocyclone is like the base of the storm. Tornado will come out of it. For anybody who doesn't know what that is. So you have the supercell, which is the full storm. The mesocyclone, which is kind of like the base, the rotating base of the storm, and you have the tornado, which is the part that comes out of the mesocyclone that touches the ground and does all the damage. But this thing is just huge, huge mesocyclone, one of the biggest I've ever seen, which is giving the storm a really odd-looking structure here. If I go back and I put it back on if I go back here, I think it even just got bigger in the between scans here, which is means that it might be like loosening. You can see that it sort of coincides with a notch type thing, where like right in the center of that notch, where the eye is, and then it it sort of wraps around on the bottom side. This is actually a pretty incredible storm. This thing is actually getting pretty close to crossing into Alabama now. So this thing has been a long track supercell. Like we've been watching it for a solid, wow, almost an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours at this point here. And really, I mean, it has kind of weakened a little bit here. It's looking a bit less imminent of a tornado threat, but I mean, it still hasn't weakened to the point where I can say that there's not going to be another tornado from this storm. Actually, if anything, it kind of looks like the rotation is beginning to pick back up, not tighten, or maybe tighten a little bit. Like if we go back a few scans, and I measure the winds here, we were at like 57. Let's go forward to the current scan, and we're up to almost 60 here. 60. Oh, we actually are up to 60, 64 miles an hour. So we are seeing a bit of a pickup again here on this storm. So not the greatest news. We got 70 mile an hour ingoing and 60, 64 mile an hour outgoing winds here. 66, which is a bit higher than the previous scans, but the overall tightening hasn't seemed to really do anything yet. Though up here, I'm still concerned about it. Um, like I mean, it's possible there could be something up there, but it doesn't really look like it. Like, I don't really know. It's just not in the right spot, but it's also where all the rotation is kind of inter intertwining there. But I don't think it's anything. If there was that big of rotation there, we would have seen something a bit more substantial, like a bigger warning. We would have seen a debris ball because it moved right over Rickton. So I feel like that might just be a bit of artifact of how big this rotation is on the whole here. This is one of the biggest areas of rotation I've ever seen. I mean, and usually it's not even this strong. Like this is some strong broad rotation. It's managing to hold that supercell structure still, which I'm surprised about. Once again, I'm going to be a bit quieter than I was earlier just to save my voice so I can keep streaming. We might be seeing a bit of tightening going on. Can't really tell. Um, maybe very slight. Yeah, I think we're seeing a bit of tightening happen here. We can confirm that with an old radius check. No, no, bit too early to say. It seems about the same. I'm not really seeing anything, I guess. I'll keep an eye on it though. I think we're seeing a bit of tightening. I think we're seeing a bit of tightening here. It's possible. Let's go back to the reflectivity here. Not really. Yeah. This thing is just so heavily precipitated. So much rain. That's like way too much rain. If this thing does tighten, we could see a very powerful tornado form from it, which is scary. Very large and powerful with how big this thing is. Just holy cow. Alright, I'm sorry, guys. I am finally back. However, I'm still gonna be a bit quieter just to save my voice for if this thing picks up again. We're still not really seeing much activity other than this thing here. I'm getting a bit tired now. I've been streaming for 4 hours here, but I don't plan on stopping yet. Probably just let the video do all the talking here. Sorry, just making sure the audio is still functioning. I like to make sure. Alright, so I've been quiet for a little bit, but I'm thinking that, um, I'm getting a bit concerned at this point. We're getting a couple areas of tighter rotation now in the storm. We got one down here and then one up here. You might have seen me circling them a minute ago. Um, I think the southern one is a bit more concerning. I just thought I would bring that up real quick since I just thought I would bring up the bit of the concern that I had here with the storm again. It's still tracking. It's still incredibly powerful. This thing is insane. Um, with like the rain it's been dumping on this area. It still is. I'm surprised they haven't extended the tornado warning yet. I would still say this thing is tornado warning worthy, but I haven't yet. But yeah, look at that right there. Uh, that's pretty concerning. This area right here is quite concerning, though. Alright, well, they extended that tornado warning now, so that's good. I think we just got a new tornado warning as well. No, we're good, we're good. Just a new severe thunderstorm warning. But right there, that's a bit concerning. Um, the rotation is really tightened up down there on that southern flank of the storm here. It's even got a bit of a couplet here, or a bit of a hook, a bit of a notch right there. I think that things could be picking up again with this storm here. If I draw it out real quick, hopefully you'll see it. You got a bit of a notch there, this storm. So I think it's starting to pick up strength again. Let me check the correlation coefficient here. Huh. Not seeing anything really. Once again, we're seeing rotation right there on that notch. And once again, you can see that velocity here really picking up right in this area. And even up here, we're seeing a few areas of rotation in this storm system again. Sort of progressing into that more, it's like kind of linear, but also kind of not. This is a very um, special storm, I would say. Because we got like what seems to be an embedded supercell right here, which we've been watching for a while before it was even embedded. And we also have this whole greater line of storms that's kind of joined, that's just stretching all the way through here. So we're kind of getting some new areas here. A new bit of things going on right here, but we got some inflow coming in here, the outflow coming out here. And overall, I think that with the history of this storm, I feel like yeah, I'm thinking a tornado's pretty imminent here now. Another tornado. We're seeing some pretty tight rotation here now. Storm has really kind of started to get its act together again. We got a 84-64. Let me get nice and close so I can see what I'm looking at here. 74, 76 mile an hour ingoing or outgoing winds. We got 72, 78, 92 mile an hour ingoing winds, even up to 102 over here. So we're seeing some ingoing winds here and the outgoing winds here. Overall, so you're getting some rotation here. And it's really starting to tighten up again. It's no longer as broad as it was earlier. You might remember that we were watching it was pretty broad area of circulation. We've really been seeing it tighten up over the last minutes here by play. You can kind of see that start to pick up right in that area. Actually, I kind of want to check the correlation coefficient again, because I feel like we're going to be seeing something here soon. At this point, I am getting bit suspicious of this rotation here. I'm thinking that we're going to see something here soon. Yeah, I think we're gonna be seeing something pick up again here soon. Yeah, it's regaining some of that structure from earlier. Uh, that, that's not good right there. Um, that's some tight rotation. I want to measure that. Oh no, oh nuts. I've closed the program. Quickly, I must reopen. There we go. Well, that was very fast. All right, let's see here. That is some tight rotation. Very curious here. We got 75, 93 to 78. Wow. Big time rotation there. Calculate the difference between that. It's good 160 miles per hour. And that's some tight rotation there. I'm saying it's pretty likely that there's a tornado on the ground again. Um, Curious to see what the correlation coefficient is there. Not seeing anything, but something could pick up here in the next few scans. All right, I'll be back in just a moment. I'm just gonna finish eating some food real quick. Alright, guys, situation here is really picking up. We haven't gotten the update in yet, but a new tornado warning was just issued for this area towards McIntosh. So there's two tornadoes potentially on the ground right now. If I go back one scan, you could see that. Okay, here. We had this one up here, which is still ongoing, and we have this one right here, which they just issued a new warning for that we will get here shortly. Hopefully we will at least. I saw it get issued, so I know it's there. But hopefully this program will get it here shortly. Oh no, that's really bad. There's our warning. Look at that rotation there. Um, that's probably another tornado on the ground right now. Let's see what they're saying. Hazard tornado quarter size hail. Um, yeah, hopefully this gets upgraded to a PDS. This thing is going straight towards McIntosh. Macintosh. This thing is going right towards it. That is some strong rotation there. Um, 91 miles an hour to 67, 150 mile an hour is potentially higher. That might be a debris ball right there as well. Hang on, let me circle it right there. Oh, that's a bit too big. I think this probably isn't actually, but let's see here. Yeah, it'd be a bit to the north here. Um, right here. If we see a debris ball, it's gonna pop up right around that area. So we're gonna need to be watching these two very carefully here in the coming minutes. Next frame is gonna be big telling on what's going on here because this could be two tornadoes on the ground at the same time here. We could have two potential tornadoes on the ground from the storm that originally produced the strong one earlier in the day back in Mississippi, quite a ways back there, um, back towards Tylertown, Columbia, and Purvis. Oh boy, things are picking up, aren't they? You can see right here, that like double hook type thing here. We got one here and then another one here, which both coincide with the different areas of rotation. If I go back to storm relative velocity, you can see our strongest area right here. Um, Another couple tornadoes are picking up though, so not too good, not too good here. As you can see, we got a couplet right here. Oh boy, guys, things are picking up again. You can see that strengthen over the past few minutes here. Headed straight towards McIntosh. Took a hard turn there. That's signs of a strong tornado to just suddenly shift from going this direction. When a strong rotation, strong tornado picks up, it can really steer a storm to the south sometimes, so that it'll be going to the north here, and then we can see um, that rotation pull the storm to the south, which is what we could potentially be seeing with this storm here. If that gets confirmed, that will probably uh, give more credence to the theory there. We're seeing some peaking once again. I can't tell if that's because of the glitchy radar in this area or what, but we're seeing stuff pick up here. Not seeing a debris ball, which is a good sign, but yeah, we're definitely seeing stuff pick up here. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that. If this thing gets set on the ground here, it's gonna hit Macintosh almost directly. It's going perfectly in that direction here. If I draw a line from Macintosh here. And I rewind it here, you'll see that rotation is going straight on that line. And once again, we could have another piece of area of circulation up here. Not as strong as this one. We could be seeing something bad happening here if this thing decides to set down or get any stronger. To be on the lookout here. This could be bad for Macintosh. If you're in Macintosh, Alabama, get to shelter like immediately. You have a potential strong tornado on your way right now. And, it's not confirmed yet, but the rotation is quite strong. This thing could put down a tornado at any time here. Could be seeing all this. We're gonna have to see here. Could be seeing outflow destroy this. It's going to be a battle between the inflow here and the outflow to see whether this tornado will form. Gotta keep watching. I can't really tell which area is more important or more strong at this point. Can't tell. I feel like one of these is gonna get destroyed by outflow here. I think it's going to be the southern one, because if we go back a few scans, you can see this green here. It's been moving in towards, uh, it's either been pushing the storm south here, or the tornado south, because you can see I drew that line, and now that green is really starting to push south. I might have just killed the rotation up here, actually. Uh-oh. I can't tell if that's probably not a debris ball. I don't know, dude. I don't think so. I don't think so. It would have been more down here. Yeah, we're okay. We're in the clear here. I think this just might have gotten wiped out by all this outflow coming down here. That could be the end of the storm here. All this outflow coming out here. If we see this sort of straighten out, because you can see there's a notch here, and then kind of a notch here, and then a big notch there. Um, but if we see this straighten out into more of a straighter line, sort of like that, or anything resembling a straight line there, that's probably going to spell the end of the tornado threat for this storm. We actually could be seeing uh, the storm's final chance here. If it's going to drop a tornado, it has to do it pretty much now, or unless we get a big burst of inflow out of nowhere, um, that can push that outflow back. We're probably approaching the end of the storm's severity. All right, guys. Not seeing much rotation here anymore. Or at least nothing as strong as it just was a minute ago. Stuff has really progressed on, like, hard. Uh, that outflow's really taken over, though. If we just go back to the older scan here, we can see that notch was a lot more prevalent than it is now. Um, could be seeing the end of this here. That other area of rotation, unless we're talking about this area up here, I maybe something right here and then right here. Here, let's look at the reflectivity on that, see what we're looking at. So yeah, we got one of those areas of rotation and a notch here. Um, one area of rotation and a notch here, and then one on a Boeing segment. So the Boeing segment, probably all wind-related turbulence. Could still drop a weak tornado. Then we have that notch here, which could be an embedded supercell. Potentially, we were seeing this is tornado warned up there, so that is possible. Cut off the back end of these warnings since they have sort of moved out of that area. We also have this area here, which is about to move south out of the tornado warning. That was the one that passed over McIntosh. It took a hard south there. That tornado did. Not the storm itself, but the tornado part of the storm. Took a hard south there. However, we are seeing something right here. Uh, some rotation picking up. But I'm thinking if once this storm settles down again, if it shows signs of weakening or dying here, like straightens out, chances are I'm probably going to end the stream, but not just yet since we still do have that threat here. I don't want to end mid-threat. We do have this area right here, still, and maybe this area right here, and maybe that area up there, but that's a bit of a stretch, honestly. Don't know about that area, to be honest. I'm thinking probably not. I don't know if this is anything. We're gonna have to watch it for a little bit longer. This area could potentially be something. You can keep checking the correlation coefficient here. Not really seeing anything. Neither the thing here. Hmm, don't really know. We're kind of like right on the edge of what could happen here. Still waiting for a lot of that outflow to pick up here. Coming out of the Gulf could really accelerate tornado potential over the coming hours here. Although it also probably would have taken effect already. It's 9:43. The model showed it taking place somewhere around 7 to 10, but we're at the end of that. And I'm not seeing too many other warnings. Here we got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings down here, and then these 2 warnings here. So I think the rest of the threat probably won't progress, won't change very much until the storms progress maybe like a good few more hours at minimum into this region. This area here is going to progress this direction, and the atmosphere over here is really going to pick up probably like in the AM hours here, is from what I've seen. So that's what we're going to have to be watching out for is the AM hours here um, as these storms progress in this direction. This whole storm system here, which has seen the most severe weather today by far. It's going to be on that Alabama-Georgia border in a few hours when these progress there to those wee hours of the morning. As these get to more here, we could be seeing some more tornado potential, some more severe weather potential, that type of thing. So make sure that if you're in this area, here, like this whole area, or beyond this area, you will need to be continuing to watch the weather here because you got a lot more severe weather potential coming at you guys later tonight. Meanwhile, let's check on this thing again, and that looks a bit interesting here. Let's see, let me circle it and not scribble around it. And the reflectivity right in the notch, so yes, that's part number one of being in the right area. And we look at the correlation coefficient here. Don't see anything yet, which is a good sign. Don't see any other areas of rotation, really. Maybe that, but once again, I don't think so. But I guess we can check. I like to do a 2 checks where we look for rotation and then we look at the reflectivity to see if it sort of matches up, which in that case doesn't really match up very well with where I would expect the rotation to be. Could be rotation, most likely nothing. They did cancel that tornado warning for the northern part there. We just got this southern part here over Macintosh. Storm's progressing in this direction. The hook structure here, it's like right there. You might be able to see it. Not super impressive. Neither is the velocity, really. A lot of this is progressing to straight line winds. You actually can kind of see the notchness of this area is actually kind of dissipated. Kind of did for a little bit there, get a little bit bumpy. We had a notch here, and we had a couple bumps. And that was that's when we had a couple tornado warnings here. But we're really seeing this stuff progress out here. We only got this area left here of severe weather or tornado potential left, I would say, as of right now. It could progress into the future a little bit more. We'll have to wait and see. We just got this area here left. It's been like this for quite a while, where it kind of looks like stuff where the storm is trying to produce something. Ever since it was done producing past, like, Hattiesburg, or, yeah, like Hattiesburg, once it got past that point, uh, it really has struggled to produce anything else, but it's been trying, uh, and it's still trying, even right now. The velocity still showing up, still having couplets there. The purple, we're getting kind of through a band of interference. This radar is really glitchy. Actually, I'm gonna see if there's another radar we can go to. No, maybe this one. This one's really far away, but yeah, the K-Mob is the only one. Be in mobile or mobile. Once again, if we go back here, you can kind of see for a moment it looked like tight and strong, but as the time has progressed on, it's either getting concealed by the glitchiness here or it's weakening. Um, However, the outflow doesn't seem like it's been able to kill it just yet. It was able to kill a lot of the other potential areas up here. However, the inflow is still holding strong in this part of the storm. I don't know how long it can hold on to it there until these storms become more outflow dominant. But it is managing here to keep the inflow up here as the outflow tries to make its way out. You need that inflow coming in to make these tornadoes possible. and they let the tornado warning expire, which does make sense. Really, the rotation has sort of died down. I can't tell whether there's actually some rotation here, if there actually is a notch anymore, if it's glitchiness that's kind of um, blocking out the rotation or the thing, because we're seeing some green here uh, make its way down, which is incoming winds to the radar, which would show outflow becoming the dominant mode of stuff in the storm. If anything, there's just a much smaller notch here now, potentially. This is getting kind of messy here, to be honest. It's really losing all the structure, I would say. I am not seeing as much supercellular structure. Overall, I'm inclined to say that the storm is pretty much done for the meantime for tornado threat. But I know a lot of you guys who are watching are probably not gonna just want to stop watching here. So we will let's go to somebody else's channel. Severe weather bridge. Yeah, let's go to somebody else who isn't as big, I guess. Or we could just go to somebody who I enjoy. I want to go to somebody who's actively talking to you guys. We could go to James the Weatherman's channel. We'll do that. Alright, guys. Go join that stream right there. I'm going to get off, go show James some love there. Um, you guys can watch him. I like his streams. He does a pretty good job of staying level-headed in these events, not getting too excited about the severe weather potential, not overblowing the potential. I hope you guys all enjoyed the stream, and I will see you guys in the next one. See ya.